Good morning, everybody. Up at the desk, a bit late, but I'm gonna go over what I mentioned in the room, and I made a little video about it yesterday, and this is something I've been working on. And honestly, I've been working on it for. I've tried to get it done so many times, um, but it's only recently was I able to get this done, and it's been really helpful. It's been something I've actually been using for a while. And the methods I teach, for those of you guys who've been following me for a while, like using Fibonacci sequences, like we're basically using math to enter trades. And a couple of the developments I've made recently with my scanner, which I think is really cool, all are part of this tool. So I actually just have to turn a couple settings on, and pop some things out. One detach floating window. Okay, get some data loading here. So right now, what you'll see is something. This is my auto fib trader, and what it helps me do. So if you've been following me and know my system, my Fibonacci sequences are basically how I enter the market. But the market, when you're trading many markets and we're making new highs, you basically have to adjust those orders manually. Or if you're trading overnight, you have to adjust those orders manually. Now, I built a system that does it for me, which was really helpful. It also is automatically calculating my size. It's automatically calculating my targets. It's automatically calculating my stop, all hands free. So my only job, really, as a trader, I've simplified it, is to determine the trend. It's not even really to place orders. It's just simply to determine trend. And I've almost automated that. And today's a Friday. I don't know how exciting of a day we're gonna have. I did post some of the moves yesterday. Like if I bring in my full scanner here, go most bullish first. These are a couple different scanners. Then this is all part of this tool here. Um, did I? Yep, should have posted this link here. So make sure that you guys can see everything. All right. So, I get a lot of my trade ideas or just markets that are moving from this right here, from this. Okay. So right now it's, Friday, um, after just in the European session close, but let's take a look here. Scanner one lists. These are like the main ones. What's trending the most up during the regular trading hour session? ES is the best market. So let's take a look. I go through and see ES is the best market. Well, I'm going to blow this up just to keep it easy. And I am going to, let's see here, set an extension. Okay, I want to set an extension for the ES. So for those of you guys who are in my room, you know what an extension is. So just give me a moment. I gotta make sure. Okay. Right. Oh, come on, don't tweak out on me. Ah, what the heck? Where did that go? Did I just exit out of that? No, it's, bear with me. My computer is tweaking. I'm gonna blow this up across. I'll move this over here. So the ES, we're ripping higher here. And let's say I want to buy an extension. So I can literally just click extension, and then I have that, and then it's a simple control click and then alt click. Okay, it's a simple control click and then it's an alt click. And then my order is simply placed. And then you can actually see, I have my stops. This is where my stop would be based on the average true range, the ATR. But if I wanted to tighten it up, let's see, I'd go to the 78.6, or that's my entry. I'm sorry. I'd go to the 78.6, or let's say I wanted to keep my stop only at the 61. You're going to notice my contract size is changing because I'm bringing my stop closer. So we can go. We've already had a first test here. Let's bid the 38. This is a little aggressive. The 38 is because we're going to be in a second test here. The 38 is where I'm buying, and then the stop would be here. Okay, and then you can see I'm going to have a couple of targets above us, T2, and this is all going to be automated. Now, if we make a new high, that order is going to adjust. Okay, so feel free to answer or ask me questions in the YouTube channel here today, guys. I know I normally don't like go live on YouTube via Ninja, but I'm deciding to do that here today. Okay. And then once I do that, you know what? I don't need to look at this market again, because if we adjust, I'm either going to get filled and it's going to hit my targets, or I'm going to get filled and I'm going to get stopped out. But then one of the things I can do is just kind of go on to the next market. Okay. So let's go on to gold here. Same thing. Okay. These indicators are all different important things to me too. It's a bearish trend bars, ATR bars. I'm also just added this ATR bar count, which we have 14 ATR bars down and 7 up for the session. I'm trying to see if that's relevant, but that seems to be relevant here. You have twice as many average true range expansions lower than you do higher. And I can tell you right now, this looks like a 50% retracement short. So if I were to go here, let's see, and then draw that to the low, okay, you can actually already see that we traded this 50% retracement and we're breaking down. So I want to be more aggressive. I want to take this high to this low. We already have traded that. Now, once this actually completes targets, it'll automatically take the next trade. So we'll go to that. So that trade is done. I just have to wait for a fill. Okay. And then, let's go and take a look at the scanner here. This is also super helpful. I'm going to do bullish first. And then I'm going to connect this. I can use this to connect. This is all custom, guys. This is all custom work. Okay. The NASDAQ is telling me it's its most bullish scanner. Now, there's 7, gosh, that's crazy. 7 leg zones in a row to the upside. So I'm going to look at these full, this ES actually might fill here soon. ES must fill. This full 50% retracement long. Left click, right click, order placed, no thoughts about it. If we make a new high, it'll be adjusted. Okay. It'll be adjusted. So we'll wait on that. Looks like I got filled on my super aggressive ES trade, which is going to be hitting its stop, which is fine. But once again, that order is placed, that 38, and then it's just automatically, okay? Like my stop is placed at the 61. My first target is just above it, second and third, without me thinking. Now, if that breaks, let's say, okay, I think we're going short here now. Oops, that is the wrong. I don't want an extension, to be clear. I actually would be willing to take this full halfway back long. So we're gonna place an order on that full 50% retracement. My 61 is a stop. Same thing. This gives me entry, stop at the 61, and then targets here and here. And we'll see where we go from there. Oh, coming close there in the NASDAQ. Okay. Kind of readjust these. Oh no. Oh no. It's a problem with having two different size monitors. Oh my god, is that tweaking hard? Holy smokes. Just got front run in this NASDAQ. Any questions? Any questions? I know you guys are just used to watching me and not asking questions. Russell going to lows here. All right. Remember I said the gold market that would move to that next trade automatically? I didn't even place this trade. My program did. My program has placed this trade because it saw the other one work. It automatically took that next trade. So this, I drew this traditional. That traditional hit its target, and so it is automatically, without my help, it is now taking that next trade. Pretty cool. So here's the thing. When you trade like this, unfortunately, I'd love to be able to just give this away for everybody, but that means we would literally all have the same order. You can see why that would not be necessarily a good thing. So you can always follow what I'm doing. I'm always showing my limits and stuff, but for my stops and everything to be completely calculated in advance, I can't have, even 10 people doing the same thing. That'd be a lot of orders, especially on some of the more illiquid things like overnight, like M2K or something overnight. That NASDAQ ES during the day can definitely handle it. But let's go to the M2K. Let's look at this market. This thing is just bearish as bearish gets. Okay. So one of the things I want to look for, I actually interested in a short. I don't know if we're going to get it. But the short here, I guess I should trade the M2K, not the RTY. Get my proper sizing. So, I mean, this is some pretty aggressive. Shit, you know what? I'm going to do this traditional, that low. I have my order at the 50. Okay. So you can see this order. Watch this order. It'll just drag down. I'm really actually not a fan, too much of a fan of these other longs, but we'll see. We'll see that ES is coming into that full 50% retracement. And these orders will just automatically, once you pick the setup, the trade will just go for it. Chai Bronze, is this using ATR stop placement or based on fib levels? So you can do both. Okay. So here is actually where I get to choose what I want my stop to be. Okay, I can also choose different entry points. If I like, I'm normally using the 50, but I can choose the 61 if I think it's a better entry, or I can choose the 38, 20, 38 if I think it's a better entry, and then I can choose the ATR or the 61. So right now on this M2K short, I have the 61 as my stop, which is going to make my size a lot bigger because it's tight. But if I move it to the ATR, watch that contract size automatically change. It's at 15 with the ATR. The 61's as tight as you're going to go. It's going to be at 55 contracts here if I'm using that. If I want to use the 78, 22. I think the 78, I mean, that's probably good realistically for this trade. So you can toggle, normally if you just want to use the ATR, you can leave it at the ATR, or you can choose like, hey, I think that ATR is a little big. Sometimes we do have some really big, but right now this is where I go into, okay, well, what markets really should I be trading? And the Russell is -5 for my like this scanner. This is as bearish as it gets. So this is from my scanner the best setup. From my scanner, the best setup. So this is just, I mean, this, and then as far as the targets go, like having first targets, I just got to listen to my rules and I make money. If I don't listen to my rules, of course, like you can, if I eliminate my stops, start increasing my size, not follow markets that are trending in one direction, so you get screwed. So if you look ES and NQ, I got long setups on. Guess what? They're on the bullish side of things. Okay. I got a short setup here in the Russell because it's on the bearish side of things. In fact, I don't know what's going on with the Russell, but it is getting absolutely pounded today. And then I mean, there's a few different ways I look at the scan. This is another version of the scanner, but gold is the other short I have on. If you look at gold, it's bearish, bearish, bearish. Okay. So, I mean, now I just sit around and wait. And you can see as we make new lows here, the Russell is automatically moving down. The Russell's just automatically moving down. And I don't have to do anything. Otherwise, you would have to place that new order every new tick. It gets quite obnoxious, as you guys probably know. All right, let me catch up on my communications here, and you guys can just. I don't normally stream with my face on unless I'm on Ninja Trader. I actually just think it's weird. I'm realistically freshly out of bed with nothing going on but this. Could you go over gold on a larger time frame? Yeah, give me a moment. I need to. I guess I can do that, and then I'll go back to my. Man, we are just getting hammered here. Gold on higher time frame. Let me check the data series on this. How many days? 5 Paste to load 20. Okay. So um I think we're gonna come. It's kind of hard, honestly. Ninja, I really don't look like for higher time frame analysis. That's why I do it on Thinkorswim in the morning. I don't think it's that intuitive, but I think we're coming. Let me actually go over to my Thinkorswim on my other computer. I'll give you the price levels that I'm looking for. I think we're coming back down to like 4460 area, just kind of like a breakout retest of these zones. Anytime we're trending down, these green boxes are the zones I look for. So we have this green zone from like 76 to 64. I'm kind of looking for the bottom of that zone near 64. We are just continuously trending down here. Lower lows, lower highs, lower lows, lower highs. When that breaks, is a very clear channel here in gold. When that breaks, you'll be able to see. You'll be able to see. We just had a freaking absolute dump here in the indexes. ATR expansion down after hitting targets. We're probably going all the way back to the midpoint. Very aggressive selling here. Let's see. All right, let's draw the halfway back long from yesterday's low to today's high. So that's yesterday's low, today high. Order automatically placed right here, 42.75. Inside, there's a leg start here. We'll see if we get filled on this. But yeah, gold, I just have it moving lower here. On a train back to Boston. See what this thing's doing. It's just getting. Let's draw the halfway back long from shit. The What's the low of Tuesday? It's a high. Okay, that's all the way down there. That's quite a ways away. Oh no, there was just that extension. Okay, here's a good one. There's an extension here that traded yesterday. So I'm gonna go to the extension anchor. Control click. Control click. Oh shit, we just traded that 38. I'm gonna put my order there. Oh wait, no we didn't. What is that? What am I looking at? Control click, control click. Okay, yeah. That's where I want to be. The 38 of that extension, if you guys remember that. We'll see if we get down there. 29,253. Okay, yes. Yes. All right. Back to some of this communication I gotta get back on. All right, you see that? Let's see if we get any bids, man. With this index is getting killed. Wow, what news hit? All right, so order. All my stop is at the 61. My targets are above us, but man, this is looking like this index is for whatever reason really getting crushed. Oh, six. And then we're gonna come into that Nasdaq. Do you wait for momentum to shift? It depends on the trading setup, but typically I just limit. I mean, we're obviously have a huge reversal here, so my next setup, if this doesn't work, honestly, would be a short. But I see this is just really we're just retesting where we broke out from. So once you pick your anchors, like that's what allows you. Oh, you know what? Now that I'm looking at this Nasdaq doesn't look like I have the right anchor. What is it? It doesn't. What are we doing here? Oh, wait, yeah, it doesn't. All right, here, control. Here we go. All right, we're kind of at that 38. We just traded the midpoint. So like here, if I were to trade the 50, like let's say I wanted in right here, like we're in between the 38. I had that drawn to the wrong high. I clicked the wrong high. If you click the wrong high, it'll draw to the wrong high. Um, but that 50% retracement, this is the extension I mentioned yesterday in the morning trade plan, but we're also at that midpoint here. So if I wanted to move this order up just to kind of get in the market, oh, kind of debating here. I just go down here and then like my order is at the 50, just boom, flip it into the 38. Like you see, I just move that order and that basically just drags it up into the market. We're at the midpoint. There is that 50% slightly below us. We may come down into it, but this is, in my opinion, like such a big extension, unless we're going full trend reversal on a Friday, which who knows? Maybe could happen. So we'll see this play. That Russell really was the one telling you what's going on there today. But super aggressive move to the downside, which, if we do continue these shorts, there will basically be, if these longs don't work, there'll be a short into the close, and that'll be the trade. Because this selling is pretty aggressive. Like that is a pretty hard reversal. And then I would just go in and identify whatever that extension sequence is. I'd have to go to a smaller time frame, but I would expect some form of a bounce here. I don't know, unless I'm not paying attention. Oh, you know what? That's right. I forgot it is freaking. I'm like, what's going on? It's Jackson Hole. I'm a little out of it. I didn't go through my full sequence here today, but it is Jackson Hole here. But this is the anchor that held, all week. We're at the midpoint of the day. And it is hammer time for the indexes. So what we'll do actually here is I'm going to go to a 1 minute time frame, which I don't normally trade, but if we're moving like this, let's see, there's that 50 in but I mean, once you place a trade, there's really not a whole lot to do. Um, it either works or it doesn't. So one of the things, obviously, the other thing you guys will see in the bottom left of my screen is how long I've been in that trade, which is kind of cool. So I've been in it about 4 minutes right now. Um, but anyways, I'm gonna take a step away for like a moment. I gotta do some stuff, and then I'll pop back in. Yeah, all right, I'm back. No more kitchen timer. I still set the kitchen timer. Um, but this is just actually like the kitchen timer only, this actually tells me like to the second as soon as I enter the trade. Um, which is helpful. And gold really broke down today. My goodness. Quite the short there. The best trades are going my way in 10 minutes. Like yesterday, if you guys are watching my ninja stream, I missed the ES by a tick. And I got in the NQ, and like within 10 minutes we had ATR to the upside. I didn't even realize that that trade in gold took and ran to all targets. Yeah, gold is as bearish as it gets right now. So let's take a look. Part of this system that I've built, let me show you guys something. So okay, what's important? So the Fibonacci's and like this is what this is just an order entry tool with risk management. So when I think about trading, what is important to trading? First of all, direction. Like which direction are we going? And that's why I like scanning because I'm looking for, some markets are moving better than others. Like right now, gold is just getting crushed. Okay. You want to be trading this thing to the downside. But I have all of these tools that help me and tell me like they're just indications of what the hell the trend is. Now, some days like we're zigzagging, you're not clear in the trend, but I tell you what, if I look at a chart and I got this, the trend bias is bearish, the trend bar is bearish, the ATR bars are bearish. My ATR bar counts, which is how many ATR bars we've had up versus down, is bearish. We've had 13. And the leg zone, which I just coded this in, um, I believe this should be saying bearish, but I'm gonna have to take a look at this because that's new. This will be a bearish leg code here, but either way, I mean it's red, so we're below the leg start. But that's also anyway. That's also bearish. That's also bearish. Red, 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 red. So um, that's obviously a market. When you see that, if when you see that type of red, 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 like that's the easy one, right? That's the easy one, to be honest. That's the easy one. So we're going to go in here. What do we want to take next? I want to take this next short setup. Click, click. Okay. Oops. Well, I actually want to take it in. Click, click. And then, order automatically place. Now, I could leave this running for the next week. And when we come into that short, that'll be right there at the 50. I'm never going to have to draw it again. It'll just keep moving down. See, it's literally moving down. Just order canceled, order moved. New low, order moved. New low, order moved. Okay. Russell getting crushed right now. The Russell is on the fence. But yeah, this is the most helpful tool. Let's go back to the NQs here. Okay. In the trade for 11 minutes. You guys know my rule. Am I coming on NinjaTrader today? No. This is what I do every day, believe it or not. I do my own stream. I just don't normally post it publicly. Believe it or not, I trade outside of the hours I'm on Ninja Trader. I do. No, I will be on Ninja Trader Monday, but I don't know if I'll be demoing this on Ninja Trader. This is just something. This is the first time I've ever demoed this, but I do it. I'm just not doing it on screen, to be honest. Because guess what? Nobody pays me enough to do this shit on screen. This is just I'm basically taking 3 people to lease this tool from me with a 6 months 6 month money back guarantee. If they don't like it, they can have their money back because somebody else will. But I can't give this tool to everybody. I would love to, but I'm gonna be real. I just we would all literally have the same order. So I'll be on here for like an hour. I have a wedding to attend. Oh wait, I've been on here for 40 minutes. All right, so I'll be on here for 15 more minutes. Realistically, I just wanted to come on and show you guys this. If you guys have any, like, if you guys, I mean, shit, I almost feel like trading a 1 minute chart to the downside right now and something, just showing you guys work this on another time frame because we are just getting absolutely hammered on some of these indexes, gold specifically. What is the most bearish thing right now? I mean, basically the Russell is just, I don't know why the Russell's like that. Yeah, we're just getting freaking, the Russell's just been lit on fire here. What tool is that? Watch this stream from the beginning. It's my automated fib trading tool. But basically, I identify what I consider to be active fib sequences, and then the tool, my automated tool, will literally take the trade. Um, if I wish I was trading to the, I almost feel like trading to the short side on a smaller time frame. But as soon as the trade hits all targets, it actually just automatically will take the next trade too. But these targets I have, like this long I'm taking, is so big, you're not going to see that happen here today. But if I decided to, let's say, leave this position on, carry it over the weekend, targets hit Monday, I literally wouldn't even have to go to my computer on Tuesday. The order would be placed for the next long setup. But you need to complete your full targets to get that next setup. So like I almost feel like, I don't know, the Russell's kind of aggressively to the downside here. That's probably my best bet for let's what are we down? What percent is the Russell down? The Russell is just the leader to the downside here today. There's nobody. We have swept lows of the week down here in the Russell. And let me see. I don't really know. Don't really know where support is for the Russell. The Russell is my least favorite index to trade, so I'm not too eager to start shorting it down here. But what's the best time to trade? Open midday markets or closing? Um, I think it's more likely that there's better days to trade than there's better times to trade because it totally just depends. All right, we are getting just continued selling pressure. If we break this today could close really ugly. Actually, we could get a really interesting day if we start taking out this low. I'm going to move my stop manually below this low because if we take out this low, then this trend is just full down, and I will just start looking at shorts, only shorts, and we will show you what that looks like because that'll be a lot faster on this system. Thursday is the best day to trade in the week. Monday, probably the worst. But as far as times a day, I mean, because you know, I mean, so far there's, I mean, I wasn't here this morning, but there's been, you know, midday has been a huge slide lower. I would say the middle of the day is not the best day. It's either the open or the close. The middle of the day is not the best time of the day. Why what? I don't know what why means. I say too many things to understand by the time you said why what you're referring to. I forget that my face is covering my position. Why Thursday versus Monday? Just statistics. I don't know why those statistics exist. Thursdays you just got the highest probability of a trend day. I don't know why. It just does. To the upside. Yes, larger moves. I mean, yes. I mean, look at Monday of this week and then, Thursday. I mean, this week is a great example of that. All right, so we're going to go on the 1 minute time frame. This market is clearly heading lower and identify an extension sequence. We are getting crushed. This is, I mean, Jackson Hole's here today, so I'll go here, and then I need to go here, and then I'm going to use this sequence. Actually, we just made a new low, so I'm going to go here, and then here. And this order is just you're gonna see this order just move down. This one actually might get filled. Now we're full trend down. I mean, we are full trend down. We put in a 15 minute, I gotta look at this 15-minute chart real quick. Yeah, we're about to put in, oh no, we didn't. Let's see. New lows. See if I get filled on this. Full trend down. Yeah, there's some statistics like you can use like Edgeful and stuff for, there's like I don't pay like a too much attention to it, but there is days where you'll spend more time trending down than others. Let's take a look at this Russell too, because I will. Uh-oh. Yeah, so we'll look at this extension in the Russell. I'm gonna go lows to low, and that order will fill when it fills. What up, Cooper? Demoing my tool that you don't see me use on Ninja here, because I don't honestly need 1,000 people using this. there's any markets you guys want me to go over, I can as well. Cool. Thanks, Mohammed. Happy to have you. So you'll and basically, what I do on Ninja, I just do all day. I also do a morning video, um, and then I just kind of go into Zoom. I don't do as much talking as I do on Ninja because I honestly am just concentrating, and on Ninja half the time you're just bullshitting about whatever people want to talk about. Yeah, Bitcoin really getting a flush here, Holby. We also had the contract roll in Bitcoin today. We had the futures roll. So a lot of times around those futures rolls, especially on big runs, you get pullbacks. I bet we're going back to 74K in Bitcoin. That thing's getting hammered. Everything's getting hammered right now. This is extremely aggressive. I mean, I'm almost going to go really aggressive here. And look, we're going to go really aggressive here. And actually, it's already had its first test, but this is so aggressive. Lower, probably. We'll see. Actually, I'm going to go traditional here. Yeah, we'll see. If we make a new low, this will just, that order will automatically adjust down. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. Very rarely does Bitcoin like hold daily extensions, but I'm looking, Holby, I'm looking at the extension from the high of the 21st. But if we pull back to the full 50% retracement, shit, that's 72. I mean, if we pull back halfway back, I mean, if you think we're going back to the base, we could definitely be going back to the base. That's a retest of a short up at here at 79s, and I feel like everybody's been punished. That's gone long Bitcoin over the last year. So I actually wouldn't be surprised to see a base back to 64. I want to sell this traditional. So I'm gonna go clear that out. If we make a new low and complete the extension, I'll just re-engage this extension. We need to make a new low though, and then that'll have it. This will be a pretty good example of this tool. Okay, we made a new low. All right, so we made a new low. We completed that extension target, and then now I'm drawing. I mean, this is a super aggressive extension. For those of you guys who understand my style and have been in my room for longer than a month, you know what I'm doing here. But we're gonna lows the lows. Every new low here, this order is gonna adjust, and hopefully we can get a fill on the short side of this thing. But we are just getting slayed right now. Slayed. All right. I also got an order here. I just put in NASDAQ. So we can go to that too. I don't know. Whatever trades first. Let's see. I'm going to go to the NASDAQ here. We'll see if that comes down in. What? Um, what is going on here? Oh, okay. I got in the MNQ. MQ. Here we are. All right. Getting filled on these shorts here on these aggressive 38s. All right, you can see. All right, these are just got filled. Both. Oh wait, that's two. The Russell also got filled. Let me pull the Russell up. Come here. All right, see the Russell's filled. Okay, right here. So is the Nasdaq. See, I'm looking at my first target and my second target. pretty wide ATRs here. So there's a first target hit automatically. So once that second target's hit, and that third target's pretty far down, so that's going to take a run, a continued run of this weakness, which we very well could. But like you can see, just aggressively drew these extensions, automatically got in the orders, took one off pretty quick to just reduce some of the risk, and then basically new lows of the target. If we get these new lows, that is very aggressive selling. This makes it a little easier to see because this is so freaking aggressive. Very aggressive. And then if those orders fill, it'll automatically just draw that next move. Nice exit there, Holby, on those positions. Your clients are sure very happy that you actually know what you're doing. As a fund manager with trading skills, it's a rare combination. Now I'm selling the 38 here, which is pretty aggressive for a 1 minute extension. We could still come back. The 50 I sold in the Russell. The 50 is just above us in the NQ. I don't really want to see this go to get above the 61. So I'm going to move this stop down. It really doesn't need to be that high. Same thing with Russell. It really doesn't need to be that high. I have it based on the 5-minute ATR. But in my opinion, on these super aggressive draws, you don't need that 5-minute ATR because it'll just be a different sequence. Could be the bottom of the range of the ESNQ. Could be. Could always be, right? I don't know. I'm just trying to follow this trend lower. I mean, it's not looking good. I don't know what's going on at Jackson Hole right now. I haven't looked at any headlines. I'm not sure if what's coming out. Bassett, I guess, made some comments. But yeah, I've really tightened up my risk here. Peeking up to the 50 there in the NQ. Okay, thanks, Real. Could be. There's a reaction from the 50. So there's always two levels that can potentially be sold into. The 38 is the most aggressive. 50 retest there. You can see the instant selling pressure. So that's the other option that I have here for entry levels. Definitely want to see a reaction here. We start breaking up higher. I still think we're in a short trend, but it's probably just gonna be less aggressive. It is 12:30. It's a half an hour past European session close. And I would see the NASDAQ just going. The NASDAQ would rally back up into the midpoint of the day here, basically, which is 29,560. So one target off in the what is it? One target off in the Russell, and then a break of that sequence. the next sequence above, you can look at this traditional. Let's see here. We'll sell that. The nice thing about like when you have multiple targets and then you tighten this up, basically you're just if you get one target off, it's a lick. It's like, you're not you basically you go from if I'm risking $500 and then I get one target off, my risk, after with the profit I've captured basically goes down to like 150 bucks. So that's most of the time what I'm trying to do is just get one target off. And then, it's not a big deal if I get taken out on that second bit. My room is $100 a month, I think. Nothing crazy. And there's not that many people in it. I've do a ton of advertising of it. So you definitely get all your questions answered. It's not like a stuffed chat. A lot of times you get in rooms, there's just a big old stuffed chat and nobody knows what's going on. Okay, we're still getting selling pressure. Nice. Let's roll over here. All right, ATR bar down. See if we can get these new lows. Oh, Holby Milburn. That's you, huh? Sometimes I forget what everybody's different name is, different places. Chai Bronze, I appreciate that. Make sure you tell the Ninja Trader people that. I was with a bunch of them last night. Decided to drink an espresso, which was a horrible idea, so I couldn't sleep. So I woke up a little late this morning. I was really, really dumb. I'm actually not liking this NQ trade. So what I'll do is I can just come in here and hit control click and flatten that position out. And what I want to do is I want to sell this traditional. So instead of taking that trade, I've got one target. Ooh, wrong entry. Got to change this to the 50. I'm gonna just take this halfway back here, a little higher. We'll see if we get filled on these halfway backs. Here we go. Getting filled on the Russell. And then honestly, if we may be at the bottom of the range if we start turning here. Gold is still puking on lows. I think we might get down to 44.63s there in gold. Move that stop down. And my stop, once again, is based on a 5-minute ATR, which is going to be, when I'm trading a 1-minute chart, that's going to be a little wide. How'd I get into futures trading? So I was into trading, and honestly, I think my mom heard an advertisement on the radio about futures trading. I didn't know what it was at the time. This is years ago, and then I started learning about it. My mom's like, "You should learn about futures trading if you like trading." I heard something on the radio. I may get a bounce out of these lows here. Should sell from 87s, might be the next level there. Mom's always right. Yeah, she's a good lady. A good mama. All right. See what this NASDAQ can do. If we can get a continuation down here. Otherwise, we're going into higher pullbacks. Good reaction there for the NQ. Let's see if I get that first target off. Once again, ideally, I want to get my first target off, and then I can manage positions. I really wish I was up at 8 o'clock like normally, because that seemed to be, I feel like I'm coming in late to the trend here today. ATR expansion on the 5-minute to the upside in the Russell, so we don't want to see any more continuation from here. This should, we want to see this ATR on a 5-minute. I'm looking at a 1, but on a 5, I got it on another screen. But quick entry. This is just, your standard 50% retracement from a swing high to low, which in trends is going to get the reaction that you're seeing. You're just going to come up and tag it, and then you're going to start rotating down. And once again, like, I'm taking as much thought process with this tool as I possibly can out of my trading. If I were to manually do this, it's very difficult. I've manually did this shit for years, and there you go. There's your first target. I'm going to move my stop down, reduce my risk on my position, see if we can get the continuation. So really, the idea is to just pick spots where you can at least get that first target off. Obviously, you want to get full targets, but if I can just get enough of a reaction, that means my market read is correct. As far as direction and just pinpointing entries. And then getting that first target off, reducing that risk. Reducing that risk is so important, because then you're not taking, big losses. And if you're on the side of the trend, for the most part, you're going to get that first target hit. If you're on the wrong side of the trend, which is going to happen, you're going to get stopped out. Happens to me every day. But more often than not, on the right side of things. And then my profit targets typically are going to be larger than whatever my risk is. So even if I take 2 trades, I lose 1 trade, I'm making money. If you take 2 trades and you lose 1 trade and you're not making money, like, it's not good. That's not good. So like right now, I got about $150 of risk on this NASDAQ trade and about $400 of of potential profit left, and I've already hit 1 target. I think my first target was like $100. So I would really, at this point in this trade of the NASDAQ, if I lost it, I'd lose $50. Like that's I'm totally and completely okay with a $50 loss. It's not going to break the bank, right? So see if I get this first target off in the Russell too, and then I'll move my stop behind that high. And it, once again, if we start going lower from here, then we may be trending down for a while longer. Russell's leading us lower in a sense that it's the most bearish index right now. So I do have a support level at 29,443 in the NQ. So I'm going to be, and that's like going back into basically yesterday's low, which, once we start hitting higher time frame supports, I don't really want to be that aggressive with these shorts anymore. Instead, I'll probably sit on the sidelines because there could be a potential reversal, but that's a support I had yesterday. You also have the 50% retracement of what I believe is the lows of Wednesday to high just below us here. So that's down at 29,460s. I risk $500 per trade. And then occasionally, if I'm up on the day, I'll start increasing that size. But I mean, if I'm increasing my size more than that, it's like takes me out of my norm. I do have prop firms that I trade, yeah. But like if you're gonna go with like a 50K account, like I think like the proper risk is like no more than $250 per trade. I think if you're risking more than that, you're kind of setting yourself up for failure. My goodness, so many spam calls. I don't know if anybody else has this problem, but unbelievable. If you are involved in the spam market, I hate you. Here we go. Here's that push to new lows. Let's see, Russell's starting to turn a bit back below my entry. But yeah, the thing is, I think I mentioned this before. So this, obviously, I'm using NinjaTrader, but if you, any of you guys trade stocks, this tool, if you plug in a broker that works with Ninja, um, you can actually trade stocks with this tool, which is kind of cool. I mean, commissions is just a cost of doing business. I don't really, I mean, commissions is going to be a few dollars on every trade. It's really not a big deal. It's not going to, it doesn't really factor into my risk. A little bit of divergence here. I don't like that this is coming back on my NASDAQ position, so I might actually just take this trade off. Yeah, that's an ATR expansion up, so I just close that trade out. And I'm gonna look for, there's a different variation of a short here. It's gonna be up here. So took one target and then took the rest off for, I don't know, they're 10 points or so. Yeah, I mean, it's kind of hard to risk $500 if you're trading multiple contracts if you're not using micros. Oh man, I haven't had a job in a long time. all the last jobs I had were working with trading companies. So there's actually a long here. I'm going to cancel out of this Russell trade. That's just coming back against this swing high. I don't need to be staying short that. And I'm just going to watch that market for now. See if I get filled. Let's see what's the ES doing. I'm going to go that there's an extension here in the ES I want to look at. So I'll take these two trades. What's up, brother? How you doing? God's kid, right? Prayer kid, I imagine. Imagine that's you. I think it's you. Good to see you. All right, see if we can rotate up into these entries. And that'll, I don't know, we'll see. We're actually moving today. Coming off 38 so far of these extensions. We could sit inside these for all the rest of lunch. Anybody in any positions? 6J's getting hammered. I'm gonna take this, unlink this. 6J is the weakest thing on this scanner here right now. Gold's there. Really Surprisingly, the ES has still got some bullishness to it. Yeah, most things trending to the downside here. All right, see if we can come up and fill. Man, take a look at that 6J. It's just getting crushed. Am I still in gold? No. I have no position in gold. I took a short and well past targets. I do actually. I just look. I have an order in gold to go short 45.59.1, but no position currently. Looks like gold's kind of bottoming here. Not that I want to take it long. I still want to be on the short side of things. But if we base here for some time, I think there could be maybe a long in the afternoon. Got all the way down to 45.15s from 46.90s. 150-point drop. Oh, come on and fill me. But yeah, if you are interested in this automated tool, I'm taking 3 people with a 6-month money back guarantee. If you don't like it, I give you your money back. You give me the software back. And it is tied to your account. So if you have questions about how this can help you, and hit me up. If you don't like it, which I'm pretty sure you will, you can basically test it out for 6 months and then make that decision. And we patiently wait for our entries. What is oil doing? Oil's moving higher. Man, it did not get up to those entries. But those still, I'll wait on those. I mean, we're either going to complete these targets in a new lows and move down to like 77.12 here and 24,423. I mean, those are the targets, but the more aggressive entry so far has been sold at the 38. Hey, Cat. To be clear, entries are at swing lows or highs. My entries are fib based. Yes. So I'm using typically swing lows and swing highs to determine where I'm drawing the fibs. 38% an entry in an aggressive trend. So right now we have been sold off from 38s in both these ESs and NQs. I'm waiting on the 50. The 50 may come back and trade. I don't know. The 38 is just that more aggressive entry, which maybe if we have like a fair value gap, like if you look here on a 1 minute, we are in a very aggressive sell sequence right now. But like normally, I'm not using 38s. Or sometimes we'll be traded off these 38s We'll come back and fill the 50. Yeah, but for any of you guys here, I'll drop the link to the room because I know some of you people are not in my room. But I wouldn't say. I mean, you can sign up. I'm going to be here next week, and then I'm gone for a week. But I'll stop in. I'm going to bring one computer with me. Not normally I'm trading off multiple computers, but see, I really don't want to see a new low here because I want it to come back up to what the heck did I do here? It's the link to my room. But we'll patiently wait for our entry. Kind of like to see the little base down here. This is a lot of times where you get that swing up into your entry, and then like a couple people get stopped, and then it just goes right your way. That's kind of how I picture this trade playing out right now. And we're making new lows. So we continue. Going to Italy. Yep. Switching this up, Astrid. Just showing this tool I built. So as we make these new lows, these orders, once we complete targets, these orders will just move down. So this is a nice thing about this tool. Like like this sequence to see a traded targets. For those of you guys who know my work, once we complete targets, you take that next draw, and we're just ATRing into lows here, and it'll automatically just take that next draw for me. I don't even have to be at my desk, which is super nice. So you're able to, once you get a sequence that's running, which seems to be what we have here. This could be selling off into be one of those days on Friday we just close on lows. So we'll see if this target can complete. You guys will watch this order. Should move down upon completion. Upon completion, we'll move down. What else is moving here today? I mean, the Russell's just the piggy. Russell's a piggy today. Mm. Oh my god. Another spam call. It's insane. Amount of numbers I block a day is like 5. Could come back and fill though, without these targets getting completed. Nice, Mumford. You lug that thing in. Where is it? What state are you in again? Colorado? Utah? Something like that? Is the season even open yet? I just figured out my dates of my Yelp trip. I don't pay like a ton attention to FVGs lining up. I mean, it's good when they do, but it's not like a dead set rule. Oh wow, season opens Tuesday. Start staking them out. New lows here, close to completion. I gotta make a phone call, so I'm gonna mute myself. close to these targets. Yeah, I've been hitting a stairmaster, getting my legs prepared, being a flatlander over here in Chicago. It's not exactly prepare my legs for climbing the mountains of Montana with 40 pounds of gear on my back, let alone hiking out in an elk. I'll look at a 5 minute chart. Sometimes I like to, yeah. Like the most aggressive thing here would be to sell a traditional from the swing high of whatever time frame. I can move this up. The 1 o'clock. I don't know if I really want to do that. That's pretty aggressive, but if we spend the next bar closes red, I will. But basically, consolidation, sweep into the 38, midpoint here, rotation lower. I mean, we're literally at the middle, just below the middle of yesterday's range. So it's not even that we've sold off that much. There could be plenty of room to the downside. But those orders, if we get back up to them, I mean, the Russell, which is the most bearish, is gonna complete this short before, and when that completes, once again with the system I built, I'm sorry, that's the MES. Do I even have an order in the Russell? I forgot. I think I might have had it in the M2K. I don't know if I do or don't. No, my order is much higher. I will tell you what though, I will create a different order in the Russell because it's the most bearish at this halfway back. And you'll see that move down. So if the ES gets its targets, which I think it's very close to getting, I'll bring that into view. You'll see this order should move down. So see, we just completed that target. You see how my order automatically moved down. So that trade completed its target, and now that order automatically, I don't have to be at my desk. It's just going to move down. Same thing will happen with the NASDAQ. If we can get down to this 24,419s, that order is just going to drop to a same anchor new low. So lunchtime. I'm gonna take this phone call. All right, guys, I actually got filled on the Russell on that aggressive draw. M2K actually. Here we go. So this is once again, I can trade multiple markets. I sold the 50% attrition. This was the most aggressive draw I could have done. And the reason I did it in the Russell is because the Russell is the most bearish on my scanner. So I'm using my scanner to kind of determine that. We'll see if we can get this first target off. But risk reward here is 2 to 1. And if I get this first target off, that'll be great. Pretty good reaction on that 1 minute time frame. So that Russell order I just placed not too long ago. We'll see if we can get it. But once again, this is how I trade multiple markets. Cats. Anyone with a smarter than I know what the situation caused it? No, I never know. Nobody ever tells me. The market just moves. I don't get notes. We've just been moving down. It's a bearish day. If we're gonna base anywhere, I mean, I could definitely see it being here. Or we're gonna take out prior day low in the NQ down at 29,400s. Divergence though on this low because the Russell was leading us lower and the Russell did not get a new low there and the ES and the NQ did. I don't pay too much attention between divergences of the Russell and the ES and NASDAQ. I pay more attention to divergences between um, ES and NQ. Like if ES makes a new low, NASDAQ doesn't, but they both made new lows there. So I don't have too much weight I'd put on it. Just a matter of if there's more selling to come. It's, we're going to be coming out of that lunch hour doldrums here in 12 minutes. Come on, baby. Do something. Once again, bottom left, see how long I'm in the trade. 4 minutes so far. been in this trade, you guys see that. Okay, one thing that's interesting with this code, the 26-minute rule here, um, it starts trending red, and I have not hit my first target. We've vol contraction, also the time of the day. So I have two decisions to make here now that I've been in this trade for 26 minutes. And one is move my first target up, or two is move my stop down. So I'm going to move my stop down. Not that it's a whole bunch, but I'm going to move it down there. I think we're close enough to that first target. I'm hoping we get it. I may, though, as we get closer, if I don't get this, if we start pushing up, then I might just take the trade off break even. So that's how I'm managing my risk on this trade. Joey, I just got off the phone. I don't know how long you've been in here, but just got off the phone. So in this trade for 25 minutes, we got my timer down here on the left. That first target isn't hit. I need to just basically take this trade off. Where it looks like we're going dead in the water. This is starting to look like Friday after European session closed. This might be a lame Friday until maybe like 2 o'clock. But we're still downtrending here. Russell's the weakest market. I got limits higher. This gold limit might be too high. We are rolling over hard here. Oh, wait, what is that? What market is that? That's gold, yeah. I was like, I can't see the ticker. But new low in gold again. That sucker's getting killed. So my stop was a 78% on that intraday draw. Let me take a look at my ES order. Yeah, that ES order would take a rally. So they're a little bit of different trades. If we do swing up, I'm still bearish, but I'm not going to be, that bearish on these lows across these indexes because that's just correlated risk. So once again, I'm gravitating. If I'm going to be aggressively bearish, I'm going to be aggressively bearish the most bearish index, which right now on the day is the Russell. But we are approaching 25 minutes in this trade, and I have not hit my first target, which is something I should. So I am, if honestly, if we start pumping up here and can't get lower, I'm just closing out this trade for like a small W as opposed to holding risk, because it just seems like this area right now is just not doing anything. So 25 minutes in trade without a first target, trade closed. Just taking that off. Instead, what I will do is just wait for these other setups, unfortunately. All right, so right now I'm flat. I got limits. I'll show you what these limits are. This gold doesn't look like it's trading. I don't know what. Let me bring this over here. This gold doesn't look like it's trading anytime soon, but the ES and the NQ probably will trade. So I'm going to show those limits here, and I'm just going to wait for them. I don't got much to say until those trade. So 77, 33, 75. Oh wait, where's my NQ? I'm showing two ESs. What am I doing? Micros, MNQ. There we go. And then 29,563. So that target that I had in the ES is the low of the day right now. So we'll see what happens as we trade up into these. I'm gonna step away from my desk for a minute, maybe 15 minutes or so, and I'll jump back on when I get back. Just once again, that Russell trade, just honestly, that's great management. You get in the trade, there was a reaction, we're not doing anything. All right. So I get out of the trade. I'm actually going to place a trade in the Russell here too. I'm going to do a little bit of a different order sequence. Trend extension. And it's going to kind of be at that high. So these are going to be my orders across these indexes. Let me know if you guys have any questions. Sorry, guys. I am in the middle of a bunch of stuff I got going on, just kind of waiting for these limits for anybody watching. Still, I am writing a best man speech. I have a wedding tonight, and I am one of a few best men. Not the, it's one of those weddings. So I have last minute speeches I'm writing. So I'm just kind of doing that on the side while I wait for these to be filled. Let me know if you have any questions. I am muted. I really got nothing to say. I uh I don't really talk like I talk on Ninja. I don't feel dead air. I'm going to be honest. I don't feel dead air. I'm simply waiting for trades, and there's not much more to say to it. And I'm currently writing a speech. So, I mean, if you have a question, I'll answer it. But otherwise, we're just waiting, guys. There's nothing to talk about. I always like to say I'm not a radio announcer. I'm a trader. So I don't just. Okay, cool. You just joined. I'm just being patient. All right. No, I haven't done anything here because there hasn't been anything to do. Pretty boring close so far, but we'll see if we can come up and fill some of these orders into close for like a quick trade. But 50 minutes left, guys. Gonna try a reversal trade here in the ES. See if we get a long out of this low.
see if I get filled filled on this ES long, but just kind of looking for a little reversal here in a close. unfortunately, no fill on that long in the ES so far. But these blue bars, once you see these, after it's a double bottom there, and this blue bar, both in the NQ and the ES are bullish signals for me. So that's why I flipped. I still think these shorts are valid above us, but we may not get them here as we go into a very quiet close on a Friday. But thank you all for watching. If you're curious, I said I'm going to release this to 3 people only, this automated program I'm using. So if you're interested, feel free to hit me up. I think I got 2 spots left right now. So other than that, guys, I'm going to call it a day. I got things to attend to. Everybody have a wonderful week, and I'll see you guys next week.